追加料金が必要です。
おっしゃる通りです。
悪くない芽が出たわ。今日も引き続きサボりましょう。調子が良くなってから仕事を一気に終わらせるわよ。
Marah-marah Roman. Maya, maya.
追加料金が必要です。
Aita bro, wah bro. 2 days later. Enna bro? Wah bro, wah bro.
この世を渡り歩くにはより多くの身分を持った方が便利なの。君にもいくつか作ってあげようか。
அப்படியா ஃபுல் எடுத்துட்டீங்களா என்ன ஆயிட்டா ப்ரோ வாயா ஸ்கேஜை தரி சூரியனா ஓபி ஸ்கேஜை வந்தோடனே சூரியனா ஓபின்னு வேண்டித்தேன் ஆமா ப்ரோ நான் எடுத்துட்டேன் ப்ரோ தடுக்க முடியாது என்ன புது ஈவெண்ட் வந்திருக்கு இன் ப்ராக்ரஸ் அப்டேட் பண்ணலையா ஆட கொடுங்க ராசா ஃபவுண்டைன் வயாசஸ் இனி கலெக்ட் பண்ண தேவையில்ல என்னது அது
薬も毒になり得ます。命の重みを知りなさい。と相手を間違えた。
早く投降しなさい。
治療しないとな。
வாயஞ்சு ப்ரோ டென்ட்ரோ பெஸ்ட் கேரக்டர் நீங்க எதை சொல்லுங்க டென்ட்ரோ பெஸ்ட் கேரக்டர் நஹிதா தான் ப்ரோ நஹிதா தான் வேற யாரு
ちょっとビリビリさせないとね。逃がさないわよ。
さあ婦人観来です。薬も毒になり得ます。
ஏன் அக்கௌண்ட் இல்லையா என்ன மெட்டீரியல் ப்ரோ வேணும் நானே கமிஷன் முடிச்சுட்டு போயிடும் ப்ரோ இந்த அக்கௌண்ட்ல இருந்து
逃がさない。この件はわかるかい？歌よに。
すぐに直しておきましょう。
ப்ளூ அண்ட் எல்லோ திங் கலெக்ட் பண்ணி ஹிட் பண்ண தேவையில்ல அப்படியா அப்போ அப்போ அகேன் ப்ரோ நானே கமிஷன் முடிச்சுட்டு கிளம்பி என்ன என்ன மெட்டீரியல் வேணும்னு சொல்லுங்க சூரியனாக்கு என்ன மெட்டீரியல் வேணும் ராசாவனோட டிஸ்கார்டை தூக்கி ரூம்ல போடு ஏன் ஐயோ கரண்ட் ஆஃப் ஆயிடுச்சு அப்பதான் ஏன் வந்தது நீ அமிச்சதெல்லாம் நான் பாத்துட்டேன்
やっ
Furina flower la already taken bro. Again bro already taken bro. Nahida தவிர வேற கேரக்டர்னா அல்லைத்தம் சொல்லலாம் bro. அல்லைத்தம் 조금
吸引テスト開始6308
போறானையும் பேட்ச் சொல்லலாம் இன்னையா தூகம் இன்னி क्या बोलते पाता இங்கயா ரொம்ப லேட் ப்ரோ நீங்க எல்லாரும் வந்து எடுத்துட்டாங்க ப்ரோ தூகம்
無双の風シミュレーター吸引テスト開始
என்ன ஜோகம் இது
私は下げす
神道の権限律令呪言直
போறானையும் இப்போ ஒரு கேரக்டர் வச்சு
6308式ユニット
騒ぐ
இரு ப்ரோ வந்துடுறோம் ப்ரோ இதை முடிச்சுட்டு வந்துடுறோம்
私は帰ってきた
私は
天道万象
7号式
わーப்ரோ லெனின் ப்ரோ
褒美を垂れろ
呪言律令呪言
天道ここにある
ஐயோ யாமிக்கு வாய்ஸ் ஜாப்பனீஸ் நல்லாவே இல்லை என்னையா ஜோகம் ஜோகம்
静粛に
久々
高き私は下げす
有限なるライト直呪言
天道万象剣女盤石
安全距離確認無双の風
律令直
褒美を垂れろ
かかよ左陣を起こせ
天道ここにあり
天道
難攻不落
6308式ユニット
ஸ்கேஜே C6 சூரியனா வீடியோ பாத்தியா C6 சூரியனா எப்படி இருந்தது
律令呪言律令
超拡散兵
இப்போ ஒரு கேரக்டர் வச்சு நைட் ஒரு கேரக்டர் அந்த பொண்ணு சூரியனா ஸ்டாரும் எல்லாரும் எதை சொல்றீங்கன்னு தெரியலையே விக்கி ப்ரோ வா ப்ரோ என் வேர்ல்டுல எல்லா டிபியும் அன்லாக் பண்ணிட்டேன் ஆமா ஏன் என்னாச்சு பண்ணியாச்சு நியூ ரெக்கார்டு பார்க்கலையே C6 ஆடவும் என்ன பவர்ன்றது தெரியுமா அந்த சமன் 96K ஹிட் பண்ணுது ஸ்கேஜை மாசா இருந்தது மெட்டீரியல் எடுக்க போறியா என்ன மெட்டீரியல்யா நூலட்டும் அந்த ஃபுரினாவும் மேபி கொஸ்ட்ல இருந்தது வந்திருக்கலாம் ப்ரோ. ஆயிட்டோ கேரக்டர் இப்போ. ஆமா நூலெட்டு அந்த கேரக்டரோட பொண்ணு தான் ஃபுரினாவா? அப்படியா? இதெல்லாம் ஆர்கான் குஸ்ட் முடிச்சிட்டீங்களா என்ன? 90k வேப்பா இருக்கும். ஆமா வேப்பு தான். ஆமா பூரணைக்கு ஜூகம் தான். அப்படியா? தெரியல ப்ரோ, நான் இன்னும் பார்க்கல ப்ரோ. எப்படி இருக்கு? நல்லா இருக்கு ஆர்கான் குஸ்ட். இந்த ஆர்கான் குஸ்ட் மிச்செல்லாம் பண்ணிட்டீங்களா? ப்ரோ நல்லா இருக்கு ப்ரோ பிளேயிங் ஸ்டைலு. சவுண்ட் இங்கெல்லாம் பண்றான் ப்ரோ. ட்ரையல் ஆகும். இப்போ ஆயிட்டோ இருக்கான்னு ஃபுரினா. அப்படியா? ஆயிட்டோ இருக்கானே இல்லைன்றாங்க ப்ரோ. நீங்க வேற ஆயிட்டோ ப்ரோ. பூரா நாவியாவோட இதுவாயிட்டாங்க. நாவியோட லீக்ஸ் கிடைச்சோன்னே எல்லாத்தையும் நாவியா லீக்ஸ் தான் போய்கிட்டு இருக்கு. நாவியா என்ன? அப்ப நாவியா எல்லாரும் எடுத்துருவீங்க மரமரன்ட்டு. வாயா நிசு வாயா. ஜூகம் 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 ஜூகம். அதுக்குதான் ப்ரீஃபார்ம் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கு. அப்படியா? ஆஹா இப்பந்தே ப்ரீஃபார்மா? என்னையா நீ? எப்பயா வருது நாகியா? அதுக்குள்ளே இருக்கியா ப்ரீஃபார்ம்? ப்ரோ பைரோ அண்ட் ஹைட்ரோக்கு. பைரோ அண்ட் ஹைட்ரோக்கா? ஹைட்ரோக்கு இப்பதான் ஃபுரினா. இன்னும் பைரோக்கு இன்னும் வரல. இனிமேதான் ப்ரோ வரும். நாவியா நெக்ஸ்ட் பேட்ச்னு சொல்றாங்க. நெக்ஸ்ட் பேட்சா? 4.3யா? என்னையா சொல்ற? வந்தவொடனே மேக்ஸ் பண்ணுவியா? ஐயோ நீ மாசியா? 4.3யா? 4.3னா அப்போ என்ஜிஓ என்ன பண்ண போற? சரி இப்ப என்ன பண்ணுவ? ரேடு எடுப்பியா இல்ல இதுவா? சிடிங்கி அதனாலதான் சேர்த்து வச்சிட்டு இருக்க. ஆமாம் ப்ரோ, நீ கரண்ட் ஆஃப் ஆயிடுச்சு ப்ரோ. காலையிலே இப்போதான் வந்தது, வந்தோடனே போட்டான் லைவ, தடுக்க முடியாது. எல்லாம் ஃப்ரீனா மெட்டீரியலுக்காக என் வேண்டுக்கு வராங்க. பால்கான் கோஸ்ட் இங்கதான் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகுதா? ஷிஃப்ட் ஸ்லேயர். புரினாவா? நீடு 2K வாட்ச் ஹவர்ஸா? என்னதுயா? ஆமாயா, பூரா நாய்க்கும் கிட்டிங்கி தான். ப்ரோ நான் அப்டேட் பண்ணிட்டு கேரக்டர். ஓகே ப்ரோ, கூட்டு வா ப்ரோ, கூட்டு வா ப்ரோ.
全部丸見えね。
雨描きがたし捕まえた。
手をつなぎましょう。
சரியா? என்ஜாய் நீ முடிச்சிட்டியா ஆர்கான் கோஸ்ட்? இல்ல ப்ரோ, லைவ் போவோம் ப்ரோ. நீ போயிட்டு இது பண்ணிட்டு வாங்க, விஷலாம் போட்டு வாங்க. என்ன ஆர்கான் கோஸ்ட் முடிச்சுட்டா முடிச்சான்னு கேட்டா ஊதிட்டு 12 hours. அதேங்கப்பா. டன் 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 டன். அவ்வளோதான். ஃபவுண்டைன் மேப் பெருசா தான் இருக்கு. மார்னிங் 8 to 9 PM. சரிதான். அஸ்தசியா விஜிக்கோனியா. Add Astra Abysos. Welcome to the Adventurous Guild. Here is a daily commissions reward. Live ஆஃப் பண்ணாதயா? நல்லா தான் இருக்கு. 7 மாச கந்தியம் எங்க ப்ரோ? 7 மாச கந்தியம் எல்லாம் பைக்குள்ள கிடக்கு. இப்போ ரெசின் தான் முடிக்கணும். இப்போ நான் ஃபுரினாக்கு ப்ரீஃபார்ம் பண்ணலான்ட்டு இருக்கேன். ஆமா, எப்படியும் ரீரன் வரும்ல, அப்போ ஃபுரினா எடுத்து இது பண்ற பாருங்க, வேல் பண்ற பாருங்க. அதனால இப்போ எல்லா பூவும் எடுத்து ஒரே நாள்ல அப்படியே லெவல் 90 போட்டுருவேன். எப்படி லெவல் 90 போட்டு ஆர்டிஃபேக்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் போட்டு டேலண்ட் எல்லாம் போட்டுருவேன். அடிக்க முடியாது அதுக்கப்புறம் யாராலையும். ரீரன்ல இருக்கும். நான் போய் எடிட் பண்ணிட்டு வரேன். அந்த இது பாத்தியாயா, பர்ஸ்ட் வீடியோ நம்பிச்சினே, அது பாரியா? புரியுது. அண்டர் வாட்டர் ஜம்ப் மாசம் இருக்கு. அப்படியா? மாசையோ ரொம்ப அட்டும். ஆமா, எப்படி மாசா ஆல்ரெடி பூ சேர்த்துட்டேன். 66 பூ இருக்கு. டெய்லி வரும்போதெல்லாம் மட்டும் எடுத்தா மட்டும் போதும். அதுக்கப்புறம் யாராலும் தடுத்து நிறுத்த முடியாது. அதுதான் எடிட் பண்ண போறோம். ஓகே ஓகே, போயிட்டு வா போயிட்டு வா. என்னடா அது? ஓ அதுவா? ஜிஜி வெயிட்டிங் ஃபார் நாவியா. என்னையா நாவியா நாவியா? நல்லாவா இருக்கு நாவியா? பார்க்கணும்னா நல்லா இருக்கு. டேமேஜும் நல்லா போச்சுன்னா நல்லா இருக்கும். பூரா நாவியில இறங்கிட்டீங்களேப்பா. நாவியா பஃபரா? ஜியோ டீம்கா நாவியா ஓபி. ஜியோ டீம்காயா பஃபரு? டிபிஎஸ் என்னையா டிபிஎஸ்ன்றீங்க பஃபர்ன்றீங்க? முதல்ல உங்களுக்குள்ள பேசி ஒரு முடிவுக்கு வாங்க. ஆமா ஃபுரினா ஓபி பஃப் 2 ஃபுரினா ஓபியா? எங்க போனாலும் ஃபுரினா ஓபின்னு ஸ்கேஜை சொல்ற வேண்டியதான். இந்த இடத்துல நிறைய செடி கொடிகள்லாம் இருக்கியா? ஆமா நீ இப்ப இருந்தே ஆர்டிஃபெக்ட்ல ஃபார்ம் பண்ணுவல என்ஜியோ. அப்படியே 300 கிரிட் டேமேஜ் வர வரைக்கும் விட மாட்டேன். ஆனா கிரிட் ரேட் தான் கம்மியா இருக்க மாதிரி எனக்கு தோணுது. 22 கிரிட் ரேட் தான் வெப்பன். இது மாதிரி ஷாவோட வெப்பன் மாதிரி போல இருக்கு. என்ஜியோ ஆர்டிஃபெக்ட்ஸ் ஃபார்ம் பண்ண முடியாது. ஏன்? ஓ ஆமா ஆமா கரெக்ட் கரெக்ட். ஆமா நெக்ஸ்ட் பேட்ச் தான் செட்டது. ஓகே ஓகே. இன்னும் மேப் எக்ஸ்டென்ஷன் இருக்கா என்ன? ஏயா ஃபவுண்டைன் மேப் எக்ஸ்டென்ஷன் இருக்கா இல்ல இவ்வளவுதானா? இல்லையா மேப் எக்ஸ்டென்ஷன்லாம் இல்ல, இதுல தான் கொடுக்க போறாங்க. இருக்கும்னு தான் நான் நினைக்கிறியா? இல்லையா இல்லைன்றீங்க இருக்குன்றீங்க. முதல்ல உங்களுக்குள்ள பேசி ஒரு முடிவு வாங்க. அப்போ புது டொமைன் வருது, சின்னதா மேப் எடுத்துட்டு வந்துருவானுங்க. ஒரு ஏரியா இருக்கா? in 4.6 வா ப்ரோ ஜோசப் ப்ரோ வா ப்ரோ. சிட்டிங்கி என்னடா இடமே வித்தியாசமா இருக்கு. சிட்டிங்கி வா ப்ரோ வா ப்ரோ. வெல்கம் ப்ரோ வெல்கம். வந்தவங்களாம் மரம் லைக்கை மட்டும் போட்டுக்கோங்க தட தடன்னு. எட்டு லைக் தான் வந்திருக்கு. மரமா லைக்கே போடுங்க. உள்ள போற வழி எங்கனா இருக்கா? என்னது அது பெருசா? என்னடா பாசா? என்ன ப்ரோ பாஸ் இருக்கு? ஒரு நாளைக்கு நீ கிடிங்கினா என்னையா இடம் எப்படி இருக்கு? Rasa all chat. Poke master. I'm broke. Why bro? 8926 8926 19710. என்னையா ரைஸ்லி என்னையா ப்ரோக்கு 89261989261917 கரெக்ட் தானே எதையும் பார்க்க கூட முடியாது யோ நியூ பிளேயர் ஐடி அதானே You see me Zhongli Flower and Sands. Zoro. Zhongli Flower and Sands பார்க்க சொல்ற Flower and Sands. Hey. அப்படியா நியூ பிளேயர்ஸ்க்குலாம் அதுவும் கரெக்டு தான் Zhongli Flower and Sands. Crit damage 5, crit rate 14. அடைங்கப்பா ஃப்ளவர் 26 3 அடைங்கப்பா இதான் ப்ரோ இது எலமெண்டல் ஸ்கில் டேமேஜ் நீ மாஸ் காட்டு ப்ரோ ஸ்கேஜ் உனக்கு அந்த சான்ஸ் வேணுமோ கில்ஸ் வாயா ஃபவுண்டைன் கேரக்டர்லாம் பேக் மணிஸ்ல அடிப்பாங்களா என்னையா என்கிட்ட ஒரு ஃபவுண்டைன் கேரக்டர் கூட இல்லையா நூலெட் இல்ல ஃபுரினா இல்ல என்ன லெனட் தான் இருக்கும் லெனட் வச்சு போகணுமா முடிஞ்சது ஆமா லெனட் இருக்கும் லெனட் வச்சுன்னு 5 ஸ்டார் கேரக்டர்ஸையா ஃபைவ் ஸ்டார் கேரக்டர் வேணும்யா $16.3K 100 110 101 இருக்கு என்கிட்ட தான் இல்லை 101 விஷயம் இருக்கேன் பெருசா தான் இருக்கு மேப் பரவாயில்ல ஃபவுண்டைன் பெரிய மேப் தான் நான் எவ்வளவு பெருசு பாருங்க ஆனா சுமிரோ கம்பேர் பண்ணும்போது சின்னதுதான் சுமிரோ தான் பெருசு எவ்வளவு பெருசு இது ஃபுல்லாவே சுமிரோ தான் இது ஃபுல்லாவே மேப் எக்ஸ்டென்ஷன் ஆக வாய்ப்பு இருக்கியா எக்ஸ்டென்ஷன் ஆக நிறைய வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. இன்னும் ஒரு ஏரியா வரும். எக்ஸ்டெண்ட் ஆகும் ப்ரோ மேப். அதான் ரெடி ராஜன்.
The campaign begins.
Sounds good to me.
4.4 leeway map 4 points. என்னது 4.4 leeway map?
You want me on your team? For justice.
வெயிட்டா ஏன் ப்ரோ? சுமிரோ தான் பெருசு. ஆமா எல்லா இடத்தையும் 100 பண்றதுக்குள்ள மனுஷன் செத்துவான்.
There's no escape.
Clouds high. The birds.
Everybody stand back.
Rain outlines your fate. Let me weave you a web.
Illusion shattered. Now you shall perish.
எப்படி பேட்ச் ஒர்க்கு?
Shine down.
Wind strike.
Go in.
Know my sword. Rain outlines your fate.
சிசி ஸ்டோரி போஸ்டா பாவத்தை.
Torn to oblivion.
SP Goblet. என்னையா உள்ள வந்து ஆள காணோம்? மோசக்காரா சோரோ. I can't enter. ஏன் புது கேரக்டர் ஸ்கின் வருதா? ஸ்கின் ஆயிடும்.
There is no escape.
Wind strike. As one with wind and cloud.
Everybody stand back.
Witness the power of the wild.
Inazuma shines eternal.
155k.
Illusion shattered. Now you shall perish.
காணியெல்லாம் எவனுக்கு வேணும்.
Shine
நான் அடிச்சிட்டே
down.
இல்லை.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Know my sword.
சாக்ரிஃபைஸ் ஸ்வாட் தான் வேணும்.
Let's light it up. There is no escape.
ஏய் என்னடா சாகல? unable to join. ரெண்டு கேரக்டருமே என்கிட்ட இல்லை. நான் எந்த கேரக்டர் டொமைன்ல இருக்கும்போது வராது ப்ரோ. HPHC இது வந்து எடுத்து ஃபுரினாக்கு போட்டுருவேன். எப்படி இருக்கு? கேஜே இதையும் போட்டுருவேன். இது கொஞ்சம் ஓரளவுக்கு மோசம் தான். HP பர்சன்டேஜ் இருக்கு. ஆனா அப்புறம் இதுல எதுவும் இல்ல. ஹைட்ரோ டேமேஜ் கோப்லெட் இத போடுறேன். எப்படி இருக்கு ஸ்கேஜை? அப்ப யாமிகோ ஒஃபிஷியலுக்கு ஃபுல்லினா தான் இப்ப எடுக்க போறது இல்லல்ல. இன்னும் 6 மாசம் இருக்குல்ல. 6 மாசமும் இந்த டொமைன் தான் அடிக்க போறேன். கடைசி எப்படி இருந்தாலும் இதை பாரு. இது எப்படி இருக்கு கேஜி? அப்படியே இதை போட்டுருவேன். மரால்னு தூக்கி போட்டுருவோம். மரால்னு ஆமா ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி. அங்கதான் நம்ம ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி யூஸ் பண்ணுவோம். யாரோ
Shine down.
Fallen leaves, adorn my
Ring cutter. No, my sword. Inazuma shines eternal.
170k. எப்படி 170k மிரண்டிங்களா?
Going in. Let's light it up. Illusion. Torn to oblivion.
That hurts.
No, my sword.
நூலர் பீஸும் ஓரளவுக்கு இருக்கும். இருங்க அதையும் காமிக்கிறேன். இங்க பாத்தீங்களா இல்லையா? அப்படியே லாக் பண்றோம். இருங்க நூலர் பீஸா இன்னும் ரோல் பண்ணல. ஆனா ரோல் பண்ணோம். மஸ்கிட்டியர் இது மோசம். கிரிட் ரேட் 9 இருக்கு ப்ரோ. 9.7 இருக்கு. இன்னும் ஒரு ரோல் இருக்கு. கிரிட் டேமேஜ் ரோல் ஆச்சுன்னா 14 வரும். ஓரளவுக்கு ஓகே. ஓகே ஆர்டிஃபேக்ட்ஸா இருக்கும். ஓகே ஆர்டிஃபேக்ட்ஸ் போட்டு பாப்போமா? கிரிட் டேமேஜ் இருந்துச்சுன்னா ஓபியா இருக்கும். ஒரு 14 கிடைக்கும். நூலெட்டுக்கு சீட் தான் வேணும். ஆனா சிஆர் தான் 13 ஏறிடுச்சு. இருக்கு பாருங்க. டபுள் கிட்டு. வேற யாருக்குன்னா கிரிட் ரேட் தேவைப்படும்னா ஆஃப் பீஸ் போட்டுக்கலாம். இதை நான் ஆமா இதுல ஒரு 2 டபுள் கிரிட் இருக்கு. ஆமா எலமெண்டல் மாஸ்டரி ஹெச்பி சான்சல் தான் எதுவுமே தர மாட்டேன். அந்த அளவுக்கு எதுவும் தரல. ஹெச்பி ஹைட்ரோ டேமேஜ் காப்லெட். ஹைட்ரோ டேமேஜ் காப்லெட் தான் தர்கி. ஹைட்ரோ டேமேஜ் காப்லெட். கிரிட் டேமேஜ் கிரிட் ரேட் தான் கொடுக்குறான். இந்த இருக்கு கிரிட் டேமேஜ் பாத்தீங்களா இல்லையா? எப்படி வெறியா? இந்த பீஸு நோவலுக்கு கூட போடலாம். நோவலுக்கு கூட போடலாமா? ஆமால ஹீல் ஆயிட்டே இருக்கும். நோவலுக்கு ஆமா சாம்சங் காப்லெட் தான் தர மாட்டேன்றாங்க. உண்மைதான். சான்ஸே அந்த அளவுக்கு எதுவுமே இல்லை என்கிட்ட. ஏதோ 1-2 தான் இருக்கு. அதுவும் மோசமான சான்ஸ் தான். ஃப்ளவரு ஃபெதரு இதெல்லாம் கூட தரான்னு வச்சுக்கேன். கிரிட்டு சர்க்குலேட்டு கூட கடை கொடுத்துட்றான். காப்லெட் தான் அவங்களுக்கு கிடைக்கும்.
Now you shall perish.
182k எப்படி? ரெடியா? என்ன அஞ்சோ 182K பார்த்து மறந்துட்டியா? மறந்துருக்கணுமே நீ.
To oblivion.
140.
There is no escape.
தாடிக்க முடியாது யாரானே.
Let's light it up. No, my sword. Wind strike. Shine down.
Shine down. சாரி நானுங்க டொமைன் பஃப் ஆர்ம்ஸ் 182K பண்ணது டொமைன் பஃப். ஃபுரினா தான் எஸ்பி ரிலீஸ் ஆகும். ஆர்டிஃபேக்ட் ஆமாம் அதுனும் டிஃபென்ஸாக கொடுக்குறாங்க. ஷாவுக்கு கூட போடலாம் ப்ரோ இதை. ஆமாம் அவன் அல்ட்டு போட்டா இறங்கிக்கிட்டே இருக்கும். ஃபுரினா டீம்ல இருந்தா ஆமா ஃபுரினா டீம்ல இருந்தா போலாம். இந்த நேரம் நிம்மதியா இருக்க மாட்டான். மோசம் ஆனா
Fallen leaves adorn my. Everybody stand back. Rain cutter. Shine down. Inazuma shines eternal.
159K.
There is no escape. Now you shall perish. Shine down.
என்ன கிட்டாவா?
Rain outlines your fate. There is no escape.
There is no escape.
Illusion shot. Wind strike.
பெஸ்ட் ஃபார் இனிமேல். என்னையா ஃப்ளெக்ஸ் பண்றீங்களேப்பா? என்கிட்ட 32 சிடில ஒரு பீஸ் கூட இல்லைன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். என்கிட்ட 32 சிடில அட்டாக் சான்ஸ் அதுல டபுள் டிஃபென்ஸ் ஒன்னு கூட இல்லையா? 32 சிடில ஒன்னு கூட இல்லை. 40 தோட்டதே இல்லை, கண்ணால கூட பார்த்தது இல்லை. 40 சிடி எப்படி? 40 சிடி கிடைக்குன்ற.
Let me leave you a verse. Know my sword. Illusion shattered. Inazuma shines eternal.
174K.
There is no escape. Wind strike. Everybody stand. Torn to oblivion. Illusion shattered.
110K. சரிக்குது ரேடியன். முடிஞ்சா ஒரு வாட்டி இருக்கா? என்னையா அது டிஃபென்ஸ் ஆர்கான் குஸ்ட் பண்ண போறேன். அப்போ I'm gonna about some die. Get only got $20 in my pocket. Defense impact. Team member burst. Okay, bro. Raiden power up. Lenin bro. ஐயோ ராசா டிஸ்கார்ட் பார்த்தேன். ஆரிஸ் நீ அமிச்சது எல்லாத்தையும் பார்த்தேன். வெறியா இருந்தது, தடுக்க முடியாது. ஹேஷ்டாக் மாஸ். ஆனா அது ஹேஷ்டாக் மாஸ். ஐ கெட் இட் பெஸ்ட். ஆரிஸ் ஒரு வாரிசு. அல்டினா நாவியா மாதிரி இருக்கணும். பாவத்தை பூரா இடத்துல லீக்ஸ் தான் ப்ரோ. நீங்களும் அனுப்புறீங்க, என்ஜிஓவும் அனுப்புறாப்ல. அதெல்லாம் பார்த்து
Shine down.
Clouds high. The birds.
Go in. Let's light it up. Rain cutter. Rain outlines you. There is no escape. Now you shall perish.
157K. பாவம் என் புரினா. அப்படியா? இது முன்னாடியே தெரியும் ப்ரோ புரினா பாவம்னு. அதனால தான் நான் மறான புரினா எடுத்துட்டேன். நம்ம தான் ஆதரவு கொடுக்கணும் புரினாவுக்கு. அதனால நான் அப்படி புரினா மறான எடுத்துக்கிறேன். ஒரே ஸ்லாஷ் செத்துறானு. இன்னே அது எப்படியா ஓயாம எப்படியா ஒரு மனுஷனுக்கு டிஃபென்ஸா கொடுக்க முடியும்? இந்த ரியல் ஆர்கானிஸ் நாவலிட்டியா ப்ரோ? நான் வரேன். முடிஞ்சது. நான் வரேன். முடிஞ்சு ப்ரோ. அவ்வளோதான். நான் இப்பதான் ப்ரோ முடிக்க போறேன். முடிக்கணும் ப்ரோ. ஜிஜி. எவ்வளவு கொஸ்டின் வந்துருச்சு ப்ரோ அதுக்குள்ள. ஸ்டோரி கொஸ்ட் புரினா ஸ்டோரி கொஸ்ட் வந்துருச்சு. ஆக்ட் 5 முடிக்கணுமா? நாவல் எதுவும் முடிக்கல. ஹைட்ரோட்ராகன் டோன்ட் க்ரை. என்ன ப்ரோ இங்க போக சொல்றாங்க? டிஃபென்ஸ் டபுள் கிட்ட குவிது. ஆமாயா. ஜியோ இம்பாக்ட். ஐ நீட் டபுள் கிரிட் டிஃபென்ஸ். என்கிட்ட எத்தனையோ இருக்கு ப்ரோ. நாவலட்டியோடது சின்னது தான் ராசா. நாவலட்டியோட சின்னது தான் ராசாவா? சீக்கிரம் முடியும். என்னையா சொல்ற? கண்டினியூ கரண்ட் கொஸ்ட். என்னையா அது? ரீபோர்ன் இன் தி லேண்ட் ஆஃப். என்ன
The world remains constant over the centuries.
என்னையா ஸ்டோரி கொஸ்ட் முடிக்க சொல்றானுங்க? யாரோட ஸ்டோரி கொஸ்ட் இது? ஸ்டோரி கொஸ்ட் முடிச்சாதான் இது பண்ண முடியுமா என்ன?
Life is like the dew at dawn or a bubble rising through water. Transitory.
நான் எதுவுமே நினைக்கல. எனக்கு புரியல அது. ஸ்டோரி கொஸ்டா இப்ப நான் இல்ல ஆர்கான் கொஸ்டானே என்ன எடுத்துறது? யோயோ நான் எதுவுமே நினைக்கலையா? நீ சொன்னதே புரியலையா எனக்கு? பாவத்தை நான் வெட்டிக்க அனகொண்டா மாதிரி இருக்குமா? அதை எப்படி நீ பார்த்த?
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec. Isn't something important
எனக்கு ஒண்ணுமே புரியலையாப்பா.
Oh, today's our big day. We're supposed to leave the fortress of Mirapede. Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now.
என்ன சொல்றீங்க? ஆர்கான் வச்சு ஆரிது அது எப்படி நீ பார்த்துன்னு எனக்கு ஒண்ணுமே புரியல. நாளைக்கு ரெட்ல வருதா கிரிட்டோ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் முடிக்கிறேன் ப்ரோ questல இதெல்லாமா காமிக்கிறாங்க யார்பா சாமி கும்பிட்டது சாமி கும்பிடுறது உடனே delete பண்றது
Please sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. What's her... Huh?
What's happening?
are you okay glitch use பண்ணி
I'm fine.
நான் வீடியோல பார்த்தேன் அப்படியே
I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's close the Duke.
misclick நம்ம வெளிய போகும்போது தான் பூகம்பம்லாம் வெடிக்குது வந்தவங்கள மறக்காம லைக்க போட்டுக்கோங்க ஆர்கான் குஸ்ட் பண்றோம் மாஸ் காட்டுறோம் நான் மட்டும் 2 அக்கவுண்ட்ல ஆர்கான் குஸ்ட் முடி பண்ணி ஆர்கான் குஸ்ட் நல்லா இருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன்
Ah, good to see you. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with the earthquake just...
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so
சுரினா
easily.
ரெடி ஆயிடுச்சா இல்ல ப்ரோ
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask... by the way...
I believe today is this...
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two.
சி
Are
ஜாயின்
you leaving now?
சி ஜாயின் மாதிரி எடுப்பீங்களா நீங்க
That's right.
மங்கிட்ட
Today
மாதிரி
is
இருக்கு
our last day in prison. But... oh, yeah. Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit.
லெவல் மேக்ஸ் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க இல்ல ப்ரோ லெவல் 80 தான் போட்டுருக்குன்னு நினைக்கிறேன் லெவல்
If
80
you've signed the release
என்னையா மெசேஜ்
papers,
போறீங்க
then
delete
you're free to
பண்றீங்க
go. The guards
already
will escort you
பார்த்துட்டேன்
out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries. You must be bit...
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down
I
here
got
for
double
so
credit
long,
feather
I
அப்படியா
imagine you must feel like you're
Super, yeah.
lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
சசா என்னையா
Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to see you. Paimon,
I hope you won't be here as convicts the
sorry.
next time I see you.
we'll do our best
சூப்பர்
to stay out of
தாடிக்க
trouble.
முடியாது யாராலும்
Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirabine is finished. That's the end of
What's
another
it?
chapter in our journey.
அதான் சொன்னல ஒரு 10k மேல போட்டோம் சொல்றேன்
We should probably
Going
go
to
report
Rome.
to him now.
உருட்டி விடு ஜோரோ
Monsieur Neuvillette?
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
கேஞ்சியோ
I believe it would be the polite
தூக்கி போட்டாடும்
I've heard the palais has been terribly big.
என்ன என் ஃபேமிலி த்ரெட்டா என்னடா இது இத முடிக்க சொல்றானுங்க அட தில்கி ஒரு ஆர்கான் குஸ்டம் முடிக்க இவ்வளவு அக்க போகுது இதை நான் கேஷ் ப்ரோ அக்கௌண்ட்ல முடிச்சுட்டு போயிடும் இதை முடிச்சுட்டுலாம் முடிக்க முடியாது அது முடிச்சாச்சுல கேஷ் ப்ரோ அக்கௌண்ட்ல முடிச்சுடுவேன் லேமி கம்மி another account ப்ரோ இன்னொரு அக்கௌண்ட் நீ மாஸ் காட்டிய நீனு இப்படியே எல்லார்கிட்டயும் வாங்கி முடிக்க வேண்டியது உன்னோட நிஞ்சா டெக்னிக்லாம் தெரிஞ்சு போச்சு ப்ரோ எனக்கு நிஞ்சா டெக்னிக் தெரிஞ்சு போச்சு ஆர்கான் குஸ்தி எவ்வளவு நேரம் போகும் கண்டிப்பா போகும் ஸ்கிப்பு ஃபுல்லா பார்த்துட்டே இது ஸ்கிப் அடிக்காம முடிச்சேன்னா ஒரு 4 மணி நேரத்துல முடிச்சிடலாம் தான் நினைக்கிறேன் 4-5 மணி நேரத்துல ஸ்கிப்லாம் அடிச்சிங்கன்னா டக்குன்னு முடிச்சிடலாம் 2 மணி நேரத்துக்குள்ளே முடிச்சிடலாம் நான் போன ஆர்க்க ஒரே நாள்ல 2 இது முடிச்சேன் ப்ரோ. ஸ்கிப் அடிச்சு தான் மரான முடிச்சேன். 2 ஆக்ட் ஒரே நாள்ல முடிச்சேன். தாடிக்க முடியும். Monty New Village. பண்றாப்லையா? அடேங்கப்பா. இந்த ஸ்டோரி ஸ்கிப் படிக்க கூடாது ப்ரோ. ஆமா, இதை ஸ்கிப் படிக்க மாட்டேன். அது நான் ஆல்ரெடி முடிச்சிட்டேன் ப்ரோ. என்ன ஜே இதுல எல்லா ஸ்டோரி கொஸ்டும் முடிச்சிட்டேன். அதனால ஆர்கான் கொஸ்ட் டைரக்டா பண்ணி என்னடா வெயிட் அன்டில் நெக்ஸ்ட் டே ஈட். ஸ்கிப் அடிச்சே 3 hour ஆச்சா? பார்த்தா இதுதான் எல்லா கொஸ்டும் பண்ணணும்ன்றதா? ஐயோ எல்லாமே ஏன் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். போன ஸ்டோரி யூஸ் ரொம்ப மோசம். ஏன்னா லாஸ்ட் ஸ்டோரி யூஸ்ல ஆக்ட் 3 தான் ரொம்ப மோசம். மேலே போறானுங்க, கீழே இறங்க போறானுங்க. அது வேஸ்ட்னு அந்த கொஸ்ட் வச்சதுக்கே வேஸ்ட். எதுக்குதான் அந்த ஸ்டோரி கொஸ்ட் வச்சானுங்க தெரியல. அவனுங்களுக்கும் டைம் வேஸ்ட், இங்கேயும் டைம் வேஸ்ட். மோசக்காரன் புரினா. சோரேன்னு சொல்லுமே லாங்குவேஜ், இங்கிலீஷ், ஜாப்பனீஸ். எங்க சோரே உண்மையில சோரே தான் லாபம். டேமேஜ் டெஸ்ட் பண்ணியா கேஷ் ப்ரோ? டேலண்ட் லெவல் லீட் போட்டாங்களா? 46 174 என்னையா அது? கிரிட் டேமேஜ் ஹெச்பியா? என்னையா ஹெச்பி பில்ட் இருக்கியா? என்ன ஹீலர் புரினாவையா பண்ண போறேன்? ஹெச்பி பில்டு லெவல் 8 என்னையா இது? 242 ஒரு விஷயம். எஸ்பி தான். எஸ்பி எதுக்கே போடுறீங்க? ஹைட்ரோ டேமேஜ் கால்குலேட் பண்ணணுமையா? நீ ஹீலர் பண்ண போயா இல்ல டேமேஜ் நிறைய வேணுமா உனக்கு? ஏன் எல்லாரும் எஸ்பி போடுறாங்க, நீ ஹைட்ரோ டேமேஜ் கால்குலேட் போடியா? அதை போட்டு டெஸ்ட் பண்ணி பாரியா எவ்வளவு போகுதுன்னு. ஹெச்பி பெஸ்ட். ஹைட்ரோ டேமேஜ் காப்லெட் போட்டு பாரு, டேமேஜ் எவ்வளவு வருதுன்னு பாரு. ஹெச்பில அதிகமா போதா, ஹைட்ரோ டேமேஜ் காப்லெட்ல அதிகமா போதான்னு பாரு. அப்போ கோஸ்ட் இங்கிலீஷ்ல பண்ண வேணா நல்லா இருக்கும். ஹைட்ரோ டேமேஜ் காப்லெட் கம்மியா? ஐயோ விஜய் ப்ரோ என்ன ப்ரோ ஆச்சு? கடைசி ஒரு சோரியா போட்டுக்கலாம். என்ன ஆச்சு ப்ரோ? சோரே போட்டாச்சு. உடம்பு பாத்துக்க ப்ரோ. நார்மல் ஃபீவர் தானே? மஸ்குலேட் ஆஃப் கில்டி 16.8% டிஃபென்ஸ். பாவத்தை சோரே.
Please sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and due to...
It's been so long since we've been to the surface.
What's happening?
அந்த வேலை பார்க்க அவளோட இருக்கேன் நான் அவளோட.
I'm fine.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Let's go ask. Best piece for Noel. நோல்ன்றீங்களேப்பா. சோரே என்னையா சோரேக்கும் ஆக்கும் ஒரு இதுவே இல்லையேப்பா.
The show begins.
சோரே ஒரு நாளைக்கு சோரே தான். I'm gonna pop some bag. $20 in my pocket. என்ன பின்னாடி துளிக்குது?
How brilliant!
புரியுதா ஆர்கான்ல இல்லன்ட்டீங்களா? மனவர்தமா போச்சு எனக்கு. You Grace.
Good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just
44% defense. போய்
The
பாத்துறீங்களா?
tremor didn't originate from the sea.
Defense max roll.
In fact, it seems it came from the surface.
4 piece.
Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've
Level
developed
4
a
le
sense
defense
for distinguishing
increase
between
ஆச்சு.
what occurs on the
Level
surface, what occurs
8
on the
லயும்
water.
level 12 லயும்
Is it okay?
If you
எல்லாத்துலயும்
recall
defense.
our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh. You've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about
என்னையா அது 20 ஐஸ்கிரீமா?
I
Rupees
believe
20.
today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
rupees 20 ஐஸ்கிரீமா? இல்ல 20 ஐஸ்கிரீம் சாப்பிட்டீங்களா?
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep.
EM plus 19
You too. Are you leaving? That's
See
right.
join.
Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined. Oh yeah, Paimon feels
என்ன
fine
பேர்
in
இது?
this place
Siege
now.
Wine.
Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
என்ன I'll miss you வந்து one ice
If
cream.
you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go.
அப்படியா? அத சாப்பிட்டீங்கவா bro? ஃபீவர்
I knew
வந்துருச்சு.
you'd ask.
Well,
Cold,
you
cold
actually
body.
agreed.
Ah, so
சரி
you
உடம்ப
do
பாத்துக்க
have
bro.
After being down here for so long, I'm
டோலோ
at
டோலோ
peace.
650
Don't
போடுங்க.
worry, we'll come back to
I hope you won't be
எல்லாத்துக்கும்
here
அதான
as
போடுறானுங்க
convicts the
எல்லாரும்.
next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of
இந்த பேராசிட்டமால் போடுங்க பேராசிட்டமால்.
We should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermoni. You're going to see Monsieur Nervulette?
I'm sure just your regard. You're right.
Roysley. Talk to Roysley. டேய் certain. டேய் ஏன்டா இப்படி பண்றீங்க? பைத்தியானுங்க bro அவனுங்க. அதுல தான் முடிக்கலண்டி இதுல வந்தா இதுலயும் இந்த மாதிரி பண்றானுங்க bro. கிளைமேட் சேஞ்சுக்கு ஆல்ரெடி கோட் வந்துச்சு. ஓ அப்படி 24.332.8 ஜோரோ இன்னையா நீனு பண்ற? நாவலெட்னு அழுதுட்டானாயா கொஸ்ட்ல? ஆக்டிவ் ஃபைல நாவலெட் எழுதுட்டானா? You want I say ரோட் வீலர் இருக்கிற இந்த உஸ்மான கோஸ்ட் வர அல்டிமேட் வாட்டர் வாஷா? ஃபுரினாவோட வெப்பன் தான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆர்கான் கிரிட் வெப்பன் ரைட்? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆர்கான் கிரிட் வெப்பனா? ஜாங்லியோடது இல்ல வென்டி? ஆமாயா எபிக் வெல்கம் ப்ரோ. ஃபுரினாவோட தான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கிரிட். ஃபுரினா ஹீலர்னு சொல்றாங்க. அப்போ ப்ரோ டேமேஜும் பண்ணும் ப்ரோ ஃபுரினா. டேமேஜ் பிளஸ் பஃபர். ஆல்ரவுண்டர் பேக்கேஜ். ஜோரோ சரி விடு, இன்னும் நாங்கள் அதுலேருந்து மீட்டு வரல. ஆமா நல்லா காய்ச்சா சூப்பர். புரியல, எடுக்கலாமா? எடுக்கலாம் ப்ரோ, எடு ப்ரோ, நல்லா இருக்கும் ப்ரோ கேரக்டர்.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neurvalet did say you'd be welcome at any...
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can...
பர்றா, எப்போ உள்ள போனாலும் நமக்கு அனுமதி உண்டா? டிஸ்கார்ட்ல பாரு ப்ரோ, டிஸ்கார்ட்ல பாரா. என்னத்தையா பைரோ இருக்கான, அது வரதுக்கு தான் லேட் ஆகுமே ப்ரோ.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first.
என்ன நூலட்டோட வாய்ஸ் டிஃபரன்ஸா இல்ல? டிஸ்கார்ட் இருக்கு ப்ரோ.
If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well then.
நூலட்டோட வாய்ஸ் வந்து டிஃபரன்ஸா தெரியல உங்களுக்கு?
All right.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
Today
should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea.
Now I am.
A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tivat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Ah, right. Paimon felt it too. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact,
Benny
that's
bro,
exactly
Benny
what I was
தான்
the source of the tremor was here on the surface.
bro, Benny all rounder bro, healer,
After the
damage
shaking
பண்ணுவான்.
stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose
Pure
at an
water
alarming
food bro,
rate.
pure water food.
Water levels rose? Oh no. What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appeared.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I've finished things here.
There's no time to lose.
இன்னையா பதட்டமாவே இருக்காங்க ப்ரோ ஆர்கன்பஸ்ல எல்லாரும்.
Please be careful.
10th லிங்கா ராம்பிரசன் என்னையா லிங்க் கொடுக்குற. சோரே லெனின் ப்ரோ வெப்பனோட எடுக்கணும். நான் 2 ஆர்கான் வச்சு இல்லையா ஆட்டோ கரெக்ட். நெக்ஸ்ட் பேனர் என்ன ப்ரோ? 4.3 இன்னும் கன்ஃபார்ம் ஆகலை ப்ரோ. ரெய்டன் ஆனால் தெரியும், ரெய்டன் நாவியான்றாங்க. ரெய்டன் நாவியா வச்சு 2 என்னன்னு தெரில. வச்சு 4 ஸ்டார். ஆமாயா பென்னி தான்.
Oh no. What happened here?
என்னையா பூரா அடிச்சு இதுவாயிருக்கு.
Navia should be around here, right?
நாவியாக்கு
We need to make sure
சிக்னேச்சர்
she's
பிரச்சனை இல்லை. வணக்கம் brother. வா ப்ரோ. Oh, Albedo.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
See Discord. Discord.
All right.
Discord
Just
தான் இருக்கு bro.
hurry.
Pure water இதுவா? Increase all party water. Rate 10% increase ஆகுது. அடேங்கப்பா.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
மாசு bro.
My Desiree.
என்ன அழுகுறான்? பாவத்தை.
He looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened?
உடைஞ்சு போச்சு பாவத்தை.
It hurts!
உனக்கு ஞாபகம் இருக்கா ஆல்பிடோ இவ்ளா?
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
ஃப்ரீடம் சோடா. இல்ல ஞாபகம் இல்லே. ஹீலர் இருந்துகிட்டே இருக்கணும் மசோராப்போ. ஃபுரினா வச்சு இந்த கொஸ்டின் முடிக்கிற மாதிரி. ஓடுறாங்க.
It's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
டிராவலர் பார்த்தோன்னே தான் சிரிப்பே வருது நாங்க.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
நீ திடீர்னு வாட்டர் லெவல் இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆயிடுச்சா?
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
பாவத்தை நாவியா.
Jump down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor.
C3 ரேடன் ஏரியா நஹிதாக்கு பதிலா. ஏன்?
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge.
நஹிதா தான் C6.
I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud
திடீர்னு
noise.
லோவா பேசுது நாவியா.
At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it,
ரேடன்
water started
C6
pouring
நஹிதா
out from everywhere.
எடுக்கணுமையா?
The rushing water seemed a little odd,
நீர்லனா பாத்துக்கலாம்.
almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water
ராம்ராஸ்னா
didn't have
மோசக்காரா.
a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground.
ஜாப்பனீஸ் வாய்ஸ் நல்லா
Many
இருக்கும்
were
ஆனா
injured in
இங்கிலீஷ்ல
the
பண்ணா ரொம்ப
stampede,
நல்லா
and
இருக்கும்.
some people fell from significant. The water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson
Lisa
are
climbing,
still
Ram Prasanna.
hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again.
நீ அதான் பண்ணிட்டு திடீர்னு தெரியும்.
All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed.
ஆரா
I
ஆரா
only
ஆரா.
wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
Musa,
I'll be right there.
நீ எப்போ அதெல்லாம் கேட்டாச்சு ராமரசனா
I need to go for now.
கேட்டாச்சு
And off she goes.
ஓகே ப்ரோ ஏபிக்கு
The
போயிட்டு வா
wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose, of course, we should remain ready for anything and continue doing our best to rescue others, traveler. Paimon.
22 கிரிட் ரேட் வெப்பன்
Alright.
Thank you.
பாஸ் தான்
Boring. Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
அப்படியா ராமரசனா மாசியா 48.9k என்னையா போடுறாப்ல ஒரு சேனல்ல Good.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right.
அப்படியா சூப்பர்யா
How
சூப்பர்யா
things are now.
நீ யார் ரகசியமா எபிக் ப்ரோ பாவத்தை நாவி அழுவுது
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver, they won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave
எபிக்கு
in
மெசேஜ்
time.
போட்டு delete பண்றியாப்பா
And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains.
even the grave
typing mistake paatha.
I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master
Ram
Callis.
Prasna, viravil.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not?
38 பெட்டி தாடிக்க முடியாது. நான் எத்தனை பெட்டின்னு சொல்லு. ராம் பிரசன்னா. ஃபுரினா சீவனு போறேன் நான்.
In advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callis, demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite
serious.
It will save us both the trip.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously? All right, but I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promise to let them rest in peace here. But I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true. Have helped me so much. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
You don't know how much that means.
The many story goes na YouTube lo podalam.
You can have a look at this.
Ida pota enna
Khan, Burnett, so
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Blues and silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we are preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
Zero pink.
We have everything taken care of.
Very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
No idea.
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. That doesn't quite fit. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, and as I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for others' salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's not wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try...
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Maripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. This disaster.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
Are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins?
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. All right. The ruins are to the south of...
Okay, the three of us will
ராமபிரசனா யார் யார் பண்ணின்னு கேட்டா அப்படியே ஆள் மாயமாவது உடனே. ஜீரோ எம்எஸ் 0 பிங் சிங்க் 1 மணி நேரம் வேஸ்டா போச்சு. நீ யார் யார் பண்ணீங்க என்ன? நாவியா எட்டு போவோம். சரி நாவியான்றான் பூரினா. அப்படி.
So, are these the ruins the knave was?
They seem to be pretty ancient all.
Let's go in and have a.
Just be careful.
மாசியா ராமபிரசனா தடுக்க முடியாது. தண்ணியா அது. டேமேஜ் பரவாயில்லையா? நல்லாதான் போகுது.
Quietly now.
அப்படியா ராமபிரசனா? அப்ப மாஸ் காட்டிருக்கீங்க நேத்து.
This place has also been contaminated.
Yeah. And a lot of it too. Fontaine will most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be... don't get Paimon wrong. We're not...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation.
நாவி இன்னைய நான் புதைச்சிட்டு வரியேப்பா. நாவி அழுதுச்சு. அத நீ பார்க்கலையே.
Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
ராமபிரசனா நீ மாஸ் காட்டியா?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together.
ராமபிரசனா மாஸ் காட்டு.
Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now then. Oh no, it's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
என்னையா? ஓ குதிச்சா போய்டும்.
One with nature.
தான் பிரைமோடியல் சியாயா? இதுல யாரனா அப்படியே டிசால்வ் ஆயிடுவாங்க அப்படியே. சைல்டு மட்டும் எப்படி இருக்கும்? have to be. ராமகிருஷ்ணன் ஏன் அப்படி போய் சொல்லிட்டு திரியிற? என்ன இன்னும் வைட் ஆங்கிள் வந்துருச்சு.
There's something wrong with this bridge. Run for it.
என்ன கட்சீனு ஓடு ஓடு ஓடு. ஆடா பாங்களா. நாவியா டேய் ஆனா இன்னைய உள்ள வந்துருச்சு. செத்துருச்சா?
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Oh.
Traveler key utnaya.
Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible.
காபதினானா இல்லையா?
You were the one that suggested
ரோமனே
for a walk.
Oh, right. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet.
ரூம்ல போடி அவன குடிச்சு.
Is a familiar feeling yet.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
He requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute. We resolved the matter.
We wanted to see how things were going with him.
I remember now.
Miss Navia. Ah, Mr.
Only
Malus.
Fountain people
Mr.
can
Silver
resolve
too.
அப்படியா?
It's good to see all of you.
அப்ப நாவியா யாரு? Fountain people இல்லையா?
I've been great.
அப்ப traveler சாகவரம் கொண்டவனாயா?
Merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, they were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes
Dragon's Bane இருந்து கீழ தள்ள போற traveler பாவத்தை.
Calm someone down.
That's right. Oh, but
Oh, yes. One moment.
Spinelli
I have
Road.
it right here.
Maybe saved Navia.
Miss Navia,
எப்பயா
these
சேவ்
are some
பண்ணா?
flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're very... I don't know what we would have done without your help. So this is a little token of our
20 வாட்டி தள்ள போறியா?
Did you cultivate
ஒரு வாட்டி
yourself?
தள்ளாவே அவ மறுபடியும் எஞ்சிக்க மாட்டா.
We can have
இல்ல 20
as many
வாட்டியா?
boxes you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's.
Very well.
எரிஞ்சு சாகட்டும் பாவத்தை.
Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett.
That's right. Is some...
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have... I've heard this name before. Sometime recently. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone...
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do?
வெட்டணும்.
Like what?
துடிக்க வெட்டணும்.
Well, now, did you forget?
துடிக்க வெட்டணும்.
Miss Navia!
சரி ஆக்ரோஷமா வர எஞ்சு ஆக்ரோஷமா வர.
Please, come to the opera house.
My trial? Wait.
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh?
All right, then. கொந்தளிக்கிறியேப்பா.
Look, it's Navia.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
என்னையா நடக்குதுங்க ஒண்ணுமே புரியலையா எனக்கு.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial.
True form.
You seem to be oddly excited about something. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Julien, Essen. Where and
நீ எல்லாம் இங்க இருக்காங்க.
Huh?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall...
All right. But are you
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Flashback.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what...
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Nervalette is? And why I...
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done?
Navia wasn't it?
In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula.
அது தெரியுது இப்போதைக்கு இத போட்டு காட்றானுங்க பிரைமோடியல் சீல வீந்துட்டு அப்புறம் என்ன இந்த இடத்துக்கு வந்துருவாங்களா
over the Spina you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty.
Huh? Everything you have said...
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no...
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty.
Stay here, Navia. You're one of...
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
Free and independent spirit. She's never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul, everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end, everyone shall melt. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
Then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall... And that is how...
My head...
It hurts.
It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in... I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I
I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid. Don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist.
Navia belongs to
This
Assamia.
judgment is
Senjo,
fair and
இதை கேட்டு நீ
just.
என்ன பண்ண போற?
Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
ஏய் ஓஷனடு.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
No ஓஷனடு.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
Novelty.
That's...
நாய்கள்.
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, monsieur.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only
ஏய்
chance
நாளைக்கு
to
வந்து
leave this
காப்பாத்துறானா?
place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be
இனி அழுதுகிட்டே
our
இருக்கேன்
last
நாவியா.
goodbye.
Malus, Silver.
Quickly, you must
என்ஜோ
come
இந்த
now.
நேரத்துல நீ என்ன பண்ணிருக்கணும்?
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
சார் என்ஜோ நேத்தி நீ அங்க தாரையா ஊத்திருக்கணும் உனக்கு இத பார்த்து.
No, wait! Just a second!
என்னையா?
Navia?
டிராவலர் பாருங்க.
Awake. Good.
நீ நாவலிட்டி வந்து கனவுல வந்து கூட்டி
I must
போயிட்டாமியா?
have been dreaming. Malus
இல்ல
and Silver were still alive,
ஆர்லைக்கினோலாம்
and
ஓஷனட்ஸ் தான்.
they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in.
பாத்த ரிப்ளே
When I
பண்ணல.
arrived, I
பைமன்
found
அது
you falling
தான்
toward
கேட்டுச்சு.
the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I
Why?
think I saw two Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second.
ஓ ஓஷனட்ஸ். ஓ ஓகே ஓகே. இப்பதான்
Were it not
புரியுது
for
ஓரளவுக்கு.
their intervention, I would not
அவன்
have
தான்
been able to
சில்வரும்
rescue you before
இவனும் தான்
your
நாயை
consciousness
ப்ரொடெக்ட்
dissipated.
பண்ணானுங்க போல இருக்கியா?
Wait,
டூல
did you
டோபி.
say Oceanids?
டூ ரெண்டு ஓஷனட்ஸ்.
Perhaps those
இவனுக்கு
two
பின்னாடி ரெண்டு நாய்கள்
Oceanids
இருக்கு.
were
அந்த
the
ரெண்டு
people
நாய்கள்
you
தான்
saw
போல
in your dream.
I
அதுக்குள்ளே
always
நூல்
told them
நாவலிட்டி
that
வந்து
they
காப்பாத்தி
didn't
விட்டான்
have to
தலைவிய.
protect me.
Please come with me.
நாவலிட்டி மாசியானா?
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something.
ஆனா நாவலிட்டியோட வாய்ஸ்ல கொஞ்சம் அடக்கம் இருக்கிற மாதிரி தெரியுது. இதுக்கு முன்னாடி
I
திமிரா
really
பேசுவான்
thought that we
எல்லாத்தையும்.
should give Navia some time to
ஒரு
herself.
கணீர்னு பேசுவான். இப்போ கொஞ்சம் அடங்கி பேசுறான் நாவலிட்டி.
Don't you think
அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கு எனக்கு.
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewin.
உங்களுக்கு
I
அது
hope
தெரியல?
all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much.
புரினாவே
for her, has
எல்லாரும்
it?
டார்கெட்
no way?
பண்ணிட்டாங்க.
Don't
அப்படியா?
worry.
ஐயோ.
She's doing fine down there. She's
காப்பாத்தியா?
an
உள்ள
amazing
பூந்து காப்பாத்தியா?
actress.
அஜய் ப்ரோ.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
எஞ்ச பாத்த.
Says hi, even though Sigewin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all.
Thank you. I haven't been busy lately. And I also hope that everything is going well in the
அட கொடுமையே.
He doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then. So, Neuvillette, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere.
என்னையா நாவலடிக்க ஸ்விம்மிங் தெரியாது?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave. We had a chat. She informed...
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who...
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that.
இங்க இருந்தா உடைஞ்சுதா?
Guess we should get going again. Will you
இதுள்ள
come with us,
வீந்தானோ?
Monsieur Neuvillette?
இங்க தான் விஞ்சி. என்ஜோ இங்க பாரு.
If you wouldn't mind my...
இந்த இடம் தான். இங்க பாரு இந்த இடத்துல தான் இந்த கல்லு மேல வீந்து தலை அடிபட்டு செத்துச்சு நாவியா. இந்த இடத்த பார்த்து வச்சுக்க. அதுக்கப்புறமா இந்த இடத்துல வந்து பாம்பு போட்டுருவோம். இங்க பாரு இந்த இடம் தான். இந்த கல்லில் தான் தலை அடிபட்டு செத்துச்சு நாவியா. அங்க தான் கூட்டணும் வந்தான். நைன்கெல்லாம் புதிய டேமேஜ். அங்கேயே டிராவலர் தூக்கி போடுறான். ஓடியா இவன் மறுபடியும் ஒயிட் ஆங்கிள் வந்துருச்சு. மறுபடியும் உடைய போகுதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சது. இங்க பாருங்க. இங்கே நின்னா என்ன ஆகும்? ஐயோ கீழே விழுந்துருப்போம் ப்ரோ பாவத்தை. என்ன இதுவும் உடையுது? ஐயோ இதுவும் விழுதியா? என்னையா டேமேஜ் பெரிய 10k 26k 16k சமனு. மாசியா புரினா இந்த பில்டிங் எப்படி போகுது? மறுபடியும் இது உடைய போகுது. இப்படி உடஞ்சிருச்சு. நம்ம எப்படி கீழே நடந்து போறோம்? சப்போஸ் இப்ப நான் கீழே வீண்டேன்னா என்ன ஆகும்? இங்கிருந்து கீழே போய் வீண்டேன்னா ஆஹா நைட்டு 1 மணி வரைக்கும் நானும் கேஷ் போறோம் ப்ளே பண்ணி. அப்படியா? ஆட ஆட ஆடா சரியாடா நீ. புரியாச்சும் முடிச்சிருவோங்களா நம்மளுக்கு? புரியாதான் இனிமேல் போ. ஓட்ட வரிசலா இருக்குயா. இங்கிருந்து இப்படி போனோம் போல இருக்கு. ஐ ஃபரீனா வாசியா இடம். நாவியா எங்க? கீழே பிரைமோடியல் சியா இது?
like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates? It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Hydro Archon mattum remaining. இன்னியா எல்லாரும் ஹைட்ரோ ஆர்கானை ப்ரொடெக்ட் பண்றாங்களா? ஏன் எடுக்கறான்? That's not Furina. அப்படியா? ஆனா அன்மதன இருக்கு.
More information should be hidden in these slates.
Fosalasa.
I fear I cannot easily uncover it. Most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Nervalette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Paimon's getting the chills just looking at
Furina
these
waste போல. வேத்து குட்டி வாயா வேத்து.
The history of the future, right? That means the prophecy is sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third?
Soul Mortal Voice la avadhan dealing பேசிட்டு இருப்பாப்ல. ஆமா.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Previous Hydro Archon.
Then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents,
super.
Could this place be the origin of the prophecy?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
வேற என்ன செம்முறாங்களா ஆபீஸ்ல விட்டுட்டு?
Clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better.
இப்போ ஒரு ஆக்ட் இருக்கா ரெண்டு ஆக்ட் இருக்காயா? என்ஜிஓ ஆக்ட் 5 மட்டும் தானா இல்ல ஆக்ட் 6ம் இருக்கா? Leave the wings. ரெண்டு இருக்குமா? Of course நான் தான் போட்டு உன்னதான் போட்டு நம்புறாங்களா? பாவத்தை.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is.
You still have energy for that now? Paimons are...
Just head back to the Fluvsandra and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Are you really going to talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting...
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily. Which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words today.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandra is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're in imposition. Alright, I'll be on my way then.
யாரு டிபி? உன் டிபி தான். என்னது உன் டிபில? ராமரசனா அது இல்லையா? ஆக்ட் 1 ஆக்ட் 5 5 6.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
லாசா. என்னப்பா? என்ன?
The boss is the best. Desserts. Nice. These are all Paimons. Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
யாருன்னு கேட்டா செத்துடலாம்.
That voice.
Basketball.
Is that who I think it is?
மோனெல்லாம் காமிக்கிறானுங்க ஃபர்ஸ்ட்ல. ராம்ரஸ்னாக்கு பாஸ்கெட்பால் இருக்குமோ?
It's you two.
எப்படி அத தூக்கிட்டு நடக்கற? அது 2. ஃபவுண்டைன்ல என்ன பண்ணுது மோனா? What you doing here?
Seriously, nobody.
Welcome, bro. Sad story.
Ama, bro. They've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine?
Is that because Magistus
doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Paavata. Send in the office, Polian.
My own surname. Well, either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise. Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Golda.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also...
My name means Mona the Great
Astrologist. Ninja bro.
As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
I finished the arson. நான் இப்பதான் bro முடிக்கிறேன். இப்பதான் வந்தேன். இன்னும் இருக்கு நிறைய.
Right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Start it,
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
That's a good thing then. At least we know you will be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened to you in Fontaine, right? I know you're not alone, but there's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected...
What do you make of that?
Is dead.
Just tell us what you think as an
I'm an astrologist. And that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine.
Spoiler alert.
Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
I'm afraid
that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course.
Spoiler, I'm leaving by.
I bet there are others among...
Spoiler getting
Are you sure?
Husky good.
Alright, I'll help you. It isn't off...
Thanks, Simona! You're amazing as always!
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are...
Astrologist for you!
Time
That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what emotion was about. If there's anything you...
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business.
Find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious sight. But we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontanian friends will thank us.
Vaccine. Where's the Askia Kalistapleya? Kulumi. Askia கூட வரது இல்ல. வேது என்னது இது?
But it's time to get up, traveler.
10 ஊசி போடணும். Gathered fall in line.
Shower me with praise.
Ta-da! 6 months. Oh, okay. Adua. Adukulle vaayirchu 6 maasam. Ta-da! வேது இங்க பாரு Dress கலர் மாறுது பாத்தியா இங்க பாரு black கலர் white கலர் black white இங்க பாரு பின்னாடி முடிய பாரு பெரிய முடியா இருக்கியா இங்க பாரு சின்ன முடியா மாறிடுச்சு பாரு எப்படி ஃபுரினா
You're here finally.
என்னையாச்சு
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Nurvalette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute.
காணாமலாம் போகாது
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Furina pavata, bro.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that.
But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct. Which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy. The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing?
I know nothing in this.
Your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type. Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
நூலட்டால பார்த்து எதையுமே பேச முடியல. $15 to $20 kg.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we...
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
You noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
Rajan.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
Pound per square inch.
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to... This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on... But who will lend us their aid to do...
சாப்பிட்டுறியா சரி உணவு அருந்து விட்டு வாங்கிச்சோ அருந்து விட்டு வா
That's everyone. Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster,
Hey,
so it's presently devoid of people.
Leonard.
That naturally makes it the best choice.
அதுக்குள்ள கொஸ்டின் முடிச்சு மெட்டீரியல் எடுக்கும் சரி வா வா வா
And here you are drinking tea.
சண்டைக்கு வரியா ராசா இப்பயா
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
லெனி புரினாவை தூக்கிட்ட
It's nice
Vaya,
to enjoy
Sketchy
tea
Kutti.
here, you know? Care for a cup?
ஸ்கேஜி குட்டி
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you
Asma?
might like to start us off. How
Hey,
about
Navya.
you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
How about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in...
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last.
That was a little long-winded,
Ajay
don't you
flat
think?
Ajay flata
You might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the traveler, has brought us together to discuss something.
ஏய் குளோரண்ட் கூட இருக்கு bro இங்க ரைஸ்லயே மாட்டாங்க ஆனா
As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand. And used on...
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much
சாப்பிட்டு
public
லைன் பண்ண
speaking,
போறியா
right? This is a good chance to practice.
I see.
சாப்பிட்டு லைன்
What
பண்ற
does my boss say?
குளோரண்ட் மாசியானா
He is glad that you consider...
In that case,
nicely working on boat
do
ஓ
any of you
அப்படி
have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick
ராமகிருஷ்ணா
that day, weren't you?
அங்க என்ன எக் பப்ஸ் தின்னுட்டு திரியறியா பேக்ல இருந்து எடுத்து வந்துட்டு
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have
சுமாரா ஒரு நாளைக்கு எத்தனை எக் பப்ஸ்
Fontaine
சாப்பிடுவ
once
ராமகிருஷ்ணா
gave
நீனு
birth to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters.
பேக்கரி வேற
Though that was
வச்சிருக்க
their name, they did not
எக்
hunt
பப்ஸ் சாப்பிட்டு
animals,
குமிப்பல்ல
but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly.
ராமகிருஷ்ணா
So the hunters
பல்லு
have
இருக்கிறவன்
come back
பக்கோடா
into
சாப்பிடுறான்
society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their
சாப்பிட
way.
மாட்டியா shit
A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the
டெய்லியா
industry, so
ராமகிருஷ்ணா
you can count.
டெய்லி தின்னுட்டு
You used some
திரியறப்போ
of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
டெய்லியும் தான் சாப்பிடுவோம் மாசியா நீனு
Steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
with discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Mr.
I do not.
You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm.
As always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device, and if we wanted to kill the prey in one stroke, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained. Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kind of works, but maybe it's still not the best.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god. Deceit is an
Oh, so that's what's going on.
ரொசேரியான்னு ஒரு கேரக்டர் இருக்கிறதே மறந்துட்டீங்களா? ஏயா மோனா ஜஸ்டிஸ் மோனாலாம் பார்த்தாச்சு. என்ன கீழயா பையனோட அழகா இங்கதானே இருக்கு எடுத்துக்கலாம். ரொசாரியா எக்ஸிஸ்ட். யோயோ மோசையா நீங்க ரொசாரியா மறந்துட்டு பரோட்டா மாமி இங்கேயா போற சக்தி ப்ரோ ராசா ரேடன் எடுத்து.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
ராம் பிரசன்னா பார்த்தாச்சு புதுசா சொல்லியா புதுசா.
Well, Fremine was now that Paimon thinks about it. Well, it's hard to say.
ராம் பிரசன்னா
doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with
கானியோட அல்ட் தெரியுமா உனக்கு? கானியோட அல்ட் பார்த்திருக்கியா?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon's never seen that couple.
Don't be
சாப்பிட்டு லைன் பண்றதே தவிர டேய் பாம்பை வெளிய விட மாட்டீங்கறியாப்பா.
Have you forgotten me already?
Wait. You are familiar.
சுவார காணோம்.
The voice from the You're feeling lost now. Just consider me a passerby. Just accepting prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the What? I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt.
Shakti bro, adu vandu keta flat nuapla thalaga.
So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are the things that you shall see.
Ram Rasana, nee nenikra mari illa.
What is she talking?
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others ultimately. This was good tea. Thank you for your
voice.
C6R nikina vedinga. C6R nikina vedinga. ஒவ்வொரு கேரக்டரும் டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன்ஸ்க்கு கேரக்டர் மாறுற மாதிரி இருந்தா நல்லா இருக்கும். மனசலாயோ ஒர்த்து வருமா ஒர்த்து மூணு மெஜஸ்டிஸ்
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. Did she ever? Why, yes. It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I... Huh?
Aku, welcome bro. Say, saaptara. Enna, biriyaniya?
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots.
Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. But I've never met her. And
whoa, the head sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there's still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Spoiler alert, so. Sketchy, chicken design, kuya. Chicken rice sketchy.
Are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed.
Nee 65 irukalla.
I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful.
Bro, 15 days la avane primogens save பண்ண முடியும். Exploration la பண்ணா எடுத்துடலாம் bro. ஒரு 40 சே எடுக்கலாம்.
Is not yet set in stone.
புது region la explore பண்ணா.
I think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. This is all futile. I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
Ram bro, Discord la neenga sonna mari da.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about
250 grams daily ma.
Oh, I need to get going.
Spinach
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
New worlds good travel.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too. Hey, traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
பாவத்தை பின்னாடில இன்னும் அது மேலையா நியூ ரீஜன் வரும் எக்ஸ்ப்ளோர் பண்ணலாம் இன்னியா Hey, not.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on? Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that.
Grand Max, welcome bro.
Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white beard trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress interior remains a mystery behind
long time no see, wake up, welcome bro.
Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. The trap hunt. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of it. Seriously? Well,
எப்படியே முடக்கணுமா இல்லையா அல்டிமேட் அது எப்படியே முடக்கணுமா பாவத்தை
we're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
அத பத்தி இன்னும் தெரியல ப்ரோ கிராண்ட் மேக்ஸ் டோன்ட் நோ அபௌட் பிரயோஆர்கான் கட்சினா என்னடா பேசிட்டே இருக்காங்க
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
கேக்கு ஜெததா இருக்கும்
So delicious the last
பிரயோஆர்கான் வேணும் அப்படியா
Despite the tense situation we were in, let's
Nation of Dragons and War. Meal.
One slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all.
One slice of cake, please.
Wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalet was...
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he...
Bro, eat that name like it. Very eat that name like a... Yedala bro.
Usually every day.
Yedala eat that name like
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you
what is your guess bro? Guess illa bro adhi guess kuda edum illa bro.
What would you think?
But why would it guess?
Na apde varumbodhu apde vittiruthu.
Well, Paimon doesn't know either.
Live la thana. Eat that name like a live la area live.
You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy.
Venti illa paatha. Yenda rendu arkan illa furinam illa.
For eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow.
Venti illa.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making...
Exploration guide, eh?
I sure do.
She
said that humans are creatures
I don't have single organ.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You 2 try to stay in a good mood after eating.
Venti and Nahida. Ain't a Venti, Zongli, Chi. Zongli, Raiden, Nahida, Munurku.
Alright, let's dig in.
Pulling for Furina. Tadikam did. Venti da illa. Furina kuda indha account la irukunu vechukonga. Venti da illa. Edalame illa Venti. Portal Darbar. Discard பாருங்க. Discard la இருக்கேன். சொல்லிட்டா விட்டா. இன்னியா ஸ்கிரீன் ரெக்கார்டு.
Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
8:39. இது என்னையா 839 காட்டுது? அது ஏன் அப்படி காட்டுது? ஃபுரினாக்கு HP தான் டேமேஜ். அப்படியா? அப்ப ஃபுல் HP தான் போடணுமா? இப்பே 12k பண்ணுது ப்ரோ ஃபுரினா.
Wow! If it isn't the traveler in Paimon! Have you seen the article I wrote about you?
20k.
You got some
20 தான் ப்ரோ எடுக்கணும். வாயா ஸ்கேட்ச் பக் போல. எனக்கு ஆனா 19 தான் ப்ரோ காட்டுது. ஒரு டோட்டல் லைக்கா? ஒண்ணுமே புரியல எனக்கு.
You needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that.
Bro, my friend has all our அப்படியே எல்லாருக்கும் வச்சிருக்காங்களா? நேத்து ரெசிக்டட் 26k. அப்படியா? இது காசு காசு. ஐயோ தாடிக்க முடியாது போல இருக்கே.
Almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon.
மாசே
Not like that. Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me? When Mona mentioned you, we thought it could be I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona. So she mentioned me? What did she say? She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist. Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler in Paimon? Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count? Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced. Yeah, are we even qualified enough? Why not? In that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then? Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and...
உங்களுக்கு மட்டும் தான் அந்த கிளிச்சா இருக்குமோ?
So much to get done now. Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you. And what's that? If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today? Huh.
That's what you're talking
about, isn't it? I mean, if you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a jerk. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get... That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
So, சொல்லு குடிப்பியா மாட்டியான்னு சொல்லு. Lunch break over. Okay bro, போய்ட்டு வா bro. புள்ளி லெனின் bro வாங்கி குடியா.
Paimon's been thinking.
ஃப்ரீயா கிடைக்குமா? ஆமா. அதான் நானும் கேட்டுக்கிட்டு இருக்கேன் சந்திர ப்ரோ. இருங்க எனக்கு கிடைச்சிச்சுன்னா அதுல பாதி உங்களுக்கு காசு கொடுத்தா கொடுக்கும். ஃப்ரீயா அப்ப கிடைக்காதா? எவ்வளவு வச்சிருக்கிற ப்ரோ ராம்பிரசனா? எவ்வளவு ஒரு பப்சி எவ்வளவு உங்க கடையில? This is business. பாவத்தை சரி எவ்வளவு வச்சு வைக்கிறேன்னு சொல்லியா? ஒண்ணு கூட ஏன் ஃப்ரீயா தர மாட்டேன்? தாக்கு என்ன ப்ரோ? ஃப்ரீ சாம்பிள் 20 ரூபா தானா? நீ 20 ரூபாய்க்கு விக்கிற?
You're from the palace
Yes, I'm Isadora.
பாதி எக்ஸ் full எக்ஸ்
Not at all.
full egg பாதி egg
Yes, inside the opera house.
A riot?
Lady bro full egg 30 ரூபாயாம்யா.
I personally think it was that serious.
30 ரூபா.
Farina was watching a performance at the opera house.
Address இல்ல bro.
She was resting during an intermission.
Address எதுக்கியா? அங்க போய் 20 ரூபாய்க்கு எக் பப்ஸ் வாங்கி சாப்பிட போறியா?
Loudly accusing her of doing nothing
about the
prophecy crisis. And before she could respond,
அது 20 ரூபாயா உங்களுக்கு? 15 ரூபாய் நீ கட்டுப்படி ஆகணும்ல.
And protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree.
ராமகிருஷ்ணா அப்போ நேர்ல வந்தா கூட ஒண்ணு கூட இந்த சாம்பிளும் கூட எடுத்து கொடுக்க மாட்டா போ. காசு கூட கொடுக்கணும்ன்றே.
Spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless.
Number 3 துபாய் குறுக்குது துபாய்.
The Marisho Phantom had their hands full
எக்ஸப்ட்ல பல்லி இருக்கு.
and did not catch related stories.
கடைசில வைங்கயா.
Only when things had
ராமகிருஷ்ணா படத்துல மண்ணலி பாரியா ஜோரோ bro.
That's right. The Marisho has dispatched many people to search for her.
Full egg தான் 20 rupees. அப்படியா?
Any leads yet?
எங்கயா அது?
That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
நீ மாஸ் காட்டியா ராமகிருஷ்ணா?
Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry. This is more than enough to go on.
Is that so? Well, all right then.
10 kilometers தள்ளி போ.
You two take care. I'll be heading back to the palais now.
ராமகிருஷ்ணா இந்த இது வச்சு தான் இது பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காப்ல.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to put
இங்க கிராண்ட் bro. இங்க 15 ரூபாய் தான்.
Farina, she won't try
ராமகிருஷ்ணா தான் ஊரே ஏமாத்திட்டு இருக்காப்ல. நமக்கும் ஃப்ரீயா கொடுக்க மாட்டேன்றாப்ல. ஒண்ணும் பண்ண மாட்டேன்றாப்ல.
To ignore being accused by the public today.
கடையில வேலை பாக்குறவங்க ஃப்ரீயா எவ்வளவு எடுத்து சாப்பிடுவாங்கல ராமகிருஷ்ணா. Year 215. கீழ 15 தான். அப்ப பாரு ராமகிருஷ்ணா தான் ஊழல் பண்ணிட்டு திரியறாப்ல. அதுல ஏதோ கலந்து குடுக்குறாப்ல. மக்களை ஏமாத்துற நீ ராமகிருஷ்ணா. மக்களை ஏமாத்துற. ஃப்ரீயா சாப்பிடுவாங்களா? கடையில வேலை பாக்குறவங்க ஃப்ரீயா சாப்பிட மாட்டாங்க செய்யும் போது. அங்கேயும் எங்க எல்லாத்தையும் 15 ரூபா தான் ஊழல் பண்றாப்ல. ஃப்ரீயானா எவ்வளவு சாப்பிடுவாங்க ஏன்? ஆனா இங்க இருக்கிற இடத்துல அப்படிதான்யா வேலை பாக்குறவங்க வந்து கடையில வந்து எவ்வளவுனா சாப்பிட்டுக்கலாம். என் ஃப்ரெண்ட் எல்லாம் அப்படிதான் தெரியுமா? ஒரு பேக்கரியில வேலை பார்த்திருந்தான். பேக்கரியில என்ன வேணா எடுத்தாலும் ஒரு நாளைக்கு வந்து 8 கூப்ஸ் ஒன்று சாப்பிடுண்டா அப்படின்னு.
Should I just give up?
என்னையா ஃப்ரீனா?
This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out.
ஏன்யாச்சு ஃப்ரீனாக்கு?
I'm sorry. But what can I even do?
வேலை விட்டு துரத்திரு பா.
To repeat meaningless apologies over and over. Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
You, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear
stains?
I remember.
அப்போ அவங்க என்ன சாப்பிட மாட்டாங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறியா? ஒரு எக்ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் கூட சாப்பிட மாட்டாங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறியா?
Enjoyment of the arts.
அட்ரஸ் சொல்லாத. ஜோரோ சிபிஐ ஓட வந்துருவாப்ல. ஃபுட் டிபார்ட்மென்ட்டோட வருவாப்ல.
I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure
உனக்கு என்ன தெரிய போகுது? ஒன்னு எடுத்து சாப்பிட்டா
and we're freaking out right next to them too.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Yeah.
Marina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, that's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with her!
குருணை எங்க ஓடுது ராம் பிரசனா பேர் மாட்டிக்கினாப்ல கையும் குலையவும் மாட்டினாப்ல ராம் பிரசன்னா குருணை ஓடுது
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead
the way. நீ உள்ள கூட்டி வந்துட்டான் டிராவலரு
I'm so tired. I totally
full rat இருக்கா என்னையா ராமராஜ் எப்படி சொல்ற நீ ஜோரோ
the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in
Battle of
Pumarasa, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Rat pups, ஆமா.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Novelette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
ராசா இனி உன்னோட ஸ்ட்ரீம் பாக்குறது ஏயா என்ன ஸ்பாயிலர்யா இன்கம் டாக்ஸ் ரெய்டு பாவத்தை
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile.
என்னையா எக் பப்ஸ்ல ராட் இருக்குது ஸ்பாயிலரா
has been clear to me for a very
அப்புறம் எக் பப்ஸ் வெறுத்துற போறாப்ல
We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost our soul. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has, but just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate as long as the final moment hasn't come. It's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't good. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, if that's the case...
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Einsinger.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Fosalor, will now begin!
Woohoo!
Now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated
பாவத்தை திரிக்கணும் தகவலா என்னையா இங்கே திரிக்கணும் தகவல் தான் போய்கிட்டு இருக்கு நீ வேற திரிக்கணும் தகவல் சொல்ல போறியா
Allow me to ask a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this
அப்ப இன்னொரு ஆர்கான் வரும்ன்றீங்க உண்மையாவே ஆர்கான் இல்ல ப்ரோ ஆடா கொடுமா ப்ரோ மன உடைச்சலா இருக்கு
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the opera house as regular audience members.
You arkan illa aamaya illaya
to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. According to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome.
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor?
It wasn't a sign of another disaster. Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's part.
Genshin HSR daily se mudichittu varan. Cake evlo vikkum solittu poya Ramrasna.
Stage and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is
correct.
Well, Clorand, I commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an archon without question.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage. Oh? Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my
bro.
It's fine.
Bakery name in bro.
It matters not. What's done, the stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
Purina?
Exclusive interview that she did with us before. So she's already
Purina
finished
yoimyo ayaka ayato ennadi adu. Film festival
document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped on the platform.
Purina opi meta. Purina base ku good ama bro. Purina base ku nalla irukum bro.
Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, nervy lads. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of
can use fire.
I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
What was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for...
Charge accepted.
Lady
Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Fossilor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratries has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held vow.
I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
That doesn't sound right. First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race. Naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
ராசா in Discordல ஸ்பாயிலர்ஸ்லாம் வரும்னு பிரதீப் சொல்லி அப்படியே.
It is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
இப்போ எதை செலக்ட் பண்றது? டீ டைமா? நாவியா ஃபாலிங் இதுக்கு The Whale in the Dream Primordial Sea. Bro, sollu bro, ayata bro. Killa child group
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
Amiga serverல ஒரு 4-star character கிடைச்சது. நல்லது தானே bro?
I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
You neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's...
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to
பண்ணி ஒண்ணா விஷ் பண்ணல. 30 சீசே பண்ணி ஒண்ணா விஷ் பண்ணுவோமா?
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is
okay,
it
bro.
that you can't even wield the power of Hydro?
பண்றோம் அதுக்கு என்ன? பிடி 57 இருக்கும். 67 77 20 விஷயம் சேர்த்து வச்சுக்க.
All because of indemnitium. All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into... Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called
25 guarantee கிடைக்கும். ஆமா 25 guarantee கிடைக்கும்.
It's
Seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
ஆமா ஹைட்ரோ ஆர்கான் வந்து இது கொடுத்திருக்கலாம்.
Hey, now everyone, please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want, please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents
No,
too?
let Hydro God.
And all of our ancestors?
ஆனா அவன் ஹைட்ரோ ஆர்கான் கொடுத்திருக்கணும். தலைவா மாஸ் ப்ரோனா.
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow.
Spoiler தகவலா? ஏயா ஆல்ரெடி ஏகப்பட்ட ஸ்பாயிலர் கேட்டேன் நான்.
Sounds like she really doesn't want to give up. That doesn't sound right.
இதுல துவா
That doesn't sound right. It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea.
And since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then
Bro,
there's a
your idea
method that you
என்னோட
can use
idea.
right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of the seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case, but if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you, that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve.
கோப் மோட ஆன் பண்ணா bro அதெல்லாம் ஆன்ல தான் bro இருக்கு நீங்க என்ன ஏஆர் bro
of admitting guilt.
நீங்க என்ன ஏஆர்
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
இன்னும் தொட போதா
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course you had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying
a single word.
It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it.
What's going on? Is she really planning to...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you...
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewing, if you're present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Seedween.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Seedween. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of seawater. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human.
87414
On the off chance that something entirely
9065
might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
87414 9065.
For Farina's life, you secured a low concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have.
UVD screenலயே இருக்கு ஆமா அதான் சொன்னேன்.
Believe you. Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial sea? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
யாரே நம்பர் மாதிரி இல்ல ஃபுரினா இன்மேல் பாவத்தை
Just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
பாவமையா யாருமே ஃபுரினாக்கு ஆதரவு கொடுக்கலையா இங்க பாரியா நூலட்டு கூட தலைய தொங்க போட்டாயா ஆடா ஓ பேசி பிரயோஜனம் இல்ல
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked.
With all the things that have been said, Hyman doesn't think there's any way
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's too stacked against her now.
ஃபுரினாக்கு யாருமே சப்போர்ட் இல்லையா நான் சப்போர்ட் பண்றேன் ஃபுரினா உனக்கு she can't admit சொல்ல முடியாதோ
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty.
राइट है खर्चे हो रहे तो कर देंगे
We shall now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
मनावर्तमा क्वेश्चन
According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the oratrice's verdict?
No, the oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I'd like you to come here. I believe I now made sense of the Hydro Archon's to Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then these units turn into humans.
Oceanids turn into humans,
Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro
Celestia floating in the sky,
worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea, surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the first slate is the prophecy of the Fontanians. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
We know from the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, has recorded on the stone slates. It's not as simple as when Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing? The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial. If we hadn't dealt with...
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins.
No, 70 மேல கிடைக்கும் bro. Achievement அதல Primogems கம்மிதான். ஒரு fate ஒன்னு கிடைக்கும்.
And was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truth should come to light.
Verification complete. Pavata. Spinnadi. ஆமா புரினா தான் இனிமே யாரும் தர்த்தம் நிறுத்த முடியாது. ஆமா bro.
We're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with oceanids as their basis.
Human இல்லையா என்ன அது?
Be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them in the shape of oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So are you trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters. And the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, They've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
உண்மைகளை உடைக்கிறானுங்க bro.
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. The key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the
I'll be back in
and justice.
10 minutes, yeah. வந்துறேன் சாப்பிட்டு உணவு அருந்தி விட்டு வந்துறேன்.
You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
Bro. Saptia, bro.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the seed of the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
The ultimate proof.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
That doesn't sound...
It was both dream and reality.
Really?
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Verification complete. Cutscene. Para. ஒரே தடுதான் ப்ரோ. நூலேட்டாலே தடுத்து நிறுத்த முடியல. பாவத்தை. வா ப்ரோ சந்திரு ப்ரோ. ஐயே. சைல்டு வா. இன்னும் ஒரு சைல்டு காப்பாத்துறான். ஐயோ. வாட்டர் ரஷ் பண்றான் ப்ரோ. உள்ள போயிருச்சு. ஐயே சைல்டு. சைல்டுன்னா நூலேட்டால ஒண்ணும் பண்ணிருக்க முடியாது. ஐயே. என்ன வேண்டாம்.
That was way too close. How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. Once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, we'll have to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the
Future plans for Genshin.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspective of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the god's gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future.
மறுபடியுமா
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina!
No, I still need answers.
என்ன ப்ரோ நடக்குதுங்க ஃபோர்ஸ்லாஸா ஃபோர்ஸ்லாஸ்
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Nigeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on the first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity, and the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human. Isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years.
I know.
She's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Ram bro irkiya. Ram bro illa illa bro. Ram bro appa ponaar da innum varala. Na inner world da. No, Furina versus Furina.
Hey, क्या विश्वास है? तुम आधार कार्ड से आधार कार्ड ओ भैया
Furina versus Furina. I hate this part. Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your
Don't
name.
look at me, don't
Just
look
be
at
off
me.
with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
பெரிய நடிகரா. என்னடா
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough. Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards! Where are the guards? Guards!
காசும் கிடையாது யாரும் கிடையாது என்ன அங்க நீ அது இது என்னோட ஃப்ரீனாவா இல்ல உண்மையான ஃப்ரீனாவா ஏயா
Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Near you, huh?
Your friend
You know what?
Shana.
That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Near me? What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
Hydro.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
So there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god and being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission,
You will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial? Huh. How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Fossils தான் நீ ஃப்ரீனாவா நீ ட்ரையல் 2 Fossils
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of... Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine... I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine. Calm down, Verena.
Fine, let's go.
Think. What do the people want? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of... Now, I was wondering, if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Font... Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to you may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. Now then, let us be...
So that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality? It's quite shocking. I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this, my dear people. Whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer... The scales of justice should not weigh heavy. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. So long as I, the Archon Focalor,
Force law. Politics.
Stand before the oratrice. I shall even judge.
அவ்வளோதான் உடைக்கான் துடிக்கிறானுங்க ப்ரோ தலைவர் நாடு மாதிரி. ட்ரையல் 3யா அடி எத்தனைடா அடி எத்தனை ட்ரையல் ப்ரோ எத்தனை சீன் ப்ரோ ஜோரோ சவா
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of the
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial.
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine...
No need for fright. And do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now.
Yeah, இன்னைக்கு வீடியோ அப்லோட் பண்ணுமா நெசு
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance. Oh, I'm afraid that's just an... All right. Deotero.
You remembered me. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more. Oh, you're such a gentle and wise...
அப்லோட் பண்ணவா பண்ணவே இல்லையே ஒரு நாள் விட்டு ஒரு நாள் தானேயா
Lady Farina.
I see. It's as I thought. All manner. Really?
I'm...
அதான் அப்லோட் பண்ணியாச்சே வீடியோ அப்லோட் பண்ண சொல்ற
The day is final, but it's good to maybe this is fun.
ஷார்ட்ஸே போதும்னு நினைக்கிறேன் வீடியோ வேண்டாம் நினைக்கிறேன்
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the following.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear.
Vaya, Adam, Scadam.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant...
Understood. Keep monitoring.
Yeah. எதுக்கு இப்ப படபடன்னு முடிக்க சொல்ற?
I feel
என்னையா இது எத்தனை பசங்க அஞ்சியா ஆமா டுமாரோ ராசா இசை ஓசனரா நான் என்னையா ஓசனம் Yappa, ittanaya 1 8 2 3 7 5.
It's like I've heard that the first.
இத்தனை ட்ரையல் முடிஞ்ச அப்புறமா எங்க வந்திருக்கு?
Are you crying? This must be the overflow of hydro from my person.
Spoiler, Surya saying. அது எப்பயோ எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு போச்சு. ஆடம். Furna human எனக்கு தெரியும்.
Hundreds of I never imagined. I want to tell you I've conducted so many investigations. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to
Yeah, wow. 12 அவனுக்கு முடிக்கிற வேடாம்.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone, although I don't know what you might.
Share, that's impossible. It was fated.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, just share it with me.
A witness. And if to that it... He's right. I could confide in him, but if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway, if you think about it long and hard?
ஸ்கிப் அடிக்க சொல்ற ஸ்கிப்.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my...
Fine.
இது எல்லாமே ட்ரையல்ல இருக்கா?
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the... It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you...
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you.
And then I became one with the Oratories, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of... Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratories take down the god of justice... I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy my work over these last 500 years? Has been to come, but really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority has been, had to be, accumulated to enact this.
It was all a part of your plan, then?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratories. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the was Fontaine, leaving matters of procedural the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would, in other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all other. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land. When you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. These 5 centuries of living alongside them gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. Things being as they are. Surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come.
What happened to Fosalas?
I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common.
Chappal kuda bolla bro.
Farewell, Neuvillette.
Farewell.
I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Hi, music நல்லா இருக்கே. இப்பதான் மேல இருந்து இது விடுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். Dindra. Hydro Dragon. Movie. What the bro? Fosalas. See, Furina. Wait up, bro. Thank you, Furina. Then, no let it. Bro, newlet aluram bro.
Pudex Neverlet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
வெரியான சீனியா இது.
What just happened?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection?
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice, the root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the All Come With Me, Traveler. The hour of execution has come.
கொடுங்க என்னடா இந்த கேரக்டர் எடுத்துட்டேன்.
I have already done my best to separate the power from the way. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. So there from the ancient dragon's power. We shall look for a way together. Sorrow turning into hostility.
Everybody stand back! Wind strike! Busted! Gotcha! May I present?
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. A chance will present itself.
பாத்தே உங்க எலன் என்ன பில்டு எலன் பில்டு. ஆமா ப்ரோ என்னாச்சு? சாரி ராமு லோவா வேற எடுத்துட்டு வரல ப்ரோ. போடு நூலெட். வேற கேரக்டர் எடுத்து வரல. எஸ்பி பில்டு இல்ல, எஸ்பி பில்டு தான் ப்ரோ. எலன் வந்து எஸ்பி பில்டு, எஸ்பி பில்டு. ஏய் என்ன சைல்டு பொட்டி பாம்பு மாதிரி கையில பிடிச்சி வச்சிருக்கு? என்னடா சைல்டு என்னடா சைல்டு வச்சு மாத்தி மாத்தி விளையாண்டுகிட்டு இருக்கீங்க? என்ன ப்ரோ இது?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. Should have been my job, but oh well.
ப்ரோ இந்த கேரக்டர் பிளேயபிள் எடுத்து சொல்லு ப்ரோ.
Private training session for me. I didn't
என்ன
think
சைல்டு
that
தூக்கி
my
போடுச்சு.
and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Oh, actually,
என்னடா டேய் இப்படி இருக்கு? ஐயோ இது வெறியா இருக்கே.
Earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Child sent to cryonisation. என்னையா சொல்றீங்க? இங்க வரீங்க.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have
bro,
anything to say to the weak.
காலெல்லாம் பாரு bro, இங்க பாரு bro.
You, so you may speak to my equals.
என்ன bro கால் இது?
It's a strange use of a planet's primordial water. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And all in all, it fed.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being...
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Huh?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous. Still nothing? Well, how...
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhyme Doctor's part of the Hexen Circle.
Zoro!
So you do know that name. To be honest, but I suppose you understand now, yes?
Wait! Didn't you also mention a vision?
Actually, never mind that. I believe that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to die. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principle.
Heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
என்ன ப்ரோ இது? சுனாமி வந்ததே காட்டலையேப்பா.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hey! Help! Over here!
ப்ரோ பிரியாணி சீன்றுவானா அதெல்லாம்? இது என்ன ப்ரோ இது? அந்த ஷிப்பு உள்ள இருந்த ரைஸ்லி டேய்
Initiate emergency rescue.
ஆயிட்டு ப்ரோ சரியான சீன் ப்ரோ அது. ஆட்டி தப்பா ஃப்ரெமினேட் கிடிங்கி பண்றான் ப்ரோ. ஆமா அந்த ஷிப் தான் ஆமா கம்மியாகுதா எப்படி
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
ஏடா Furina?
Are you right?
Drink sa? குடிச்சிருச்சா?
My prophecy was wrong.
என்ன சீன் ப்ரோ இது ஃபுரினா குடிச்சிருச்சான் இந்த கிராண்ட் மார்க்ஸ் என்னது இதெல்லாம்
The soul renewed. The Sweetity Rasula tax post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Bloom is like skyship winglet. Bane of the various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. People always call the first researcher man, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to claim.
Hey Charlotte. Hey Paima.
Barely recognizes the people in the report.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. Well, Pup Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading...
Hyman's curious too! Wait a minute.
Watch
everything happen from start to finish.
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on! Let's head to Poisson first, and...
ப்ரோ எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு இதெல்லாம் எதுக்கு கொடுத்தானுங்கன்னு தெரியல இது கடைசியில இதெல்லாம் யூஸ் ஆகுமா ஒருவேளை இதெல்லாம் கேம் எண்டில் யூஸ் ஆகுமா இந்த 5 ஸ்டார்ல எடுக்கலாம் கொஸ்டே முடிய போகுது ப்ரோ பாவத்தை இதனடி எப்படி ஆசை இந்த இடமே முழுகிட்டு இருந்தது அப்படியா அடா அடா 192 58 ப்ரோ 58 பிடி Furina builda. 46 174. The phone number no. இதை ஓரளவுக்கு போட்டிருக்கேன் ப்ரோ. நூலே டைட்ரோ கோட் தடுக்கல ப்ரோ அவன். Hydro dragon, don't cry. Marciana.
Navia! Oh, it's you.
Hey, we're just having a look.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garun Snezrich.
Hydro, don't cry.
Presidents are hard at work as
அப்ப இனிமேல புரினா தம்பி பாபாவா?
I'm a big fan of yours.
Bro, இப்ப ஹைட்ரோ ஆர்கான் அப்ப என்ன ப்ரோ
Could you
பண்ணுவானுங்க?
not emphasize our role too much in your report?
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as
புரினாவே
simple as
ஹைட்ரோ ஆர்கான
possible.
மாத்திடுவானுங்களோ ஒருவேளை?
Would you be willing?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another
Huh? You're here?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business
No,
with
I
Miss
don't
Farina.
know.
So she's here in Poisson to wait.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more...
Wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
Oh, I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the traveler.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in...
How did it go? Was it a good shot?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
Outfit வந்துச்சுனா அதுக்கு அப்புறம் ஹைட்ரோ ஆர்கான்
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news. Also, not to brag.
Wow, you really do.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the fortress.
Whoa, you're well informed.
That's a...
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked, I told him that it was best not to speak too soon.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them.
Stay safe now. And...
Interesting. Finale.
Too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Monsieur Nouvillet. $192. Bother to. Nouvillet, don't cry. Alaya. Tan tan tan. சரியா நான் போயிட்டு ஈவினிங் லைவ்ல சந்திப்போம்யா ஜோரோ பாய் ஈவினிங் லைவ்ல சந்திப்போம்யா அதுவரை கழுதையை போல் காத்திருப்போம்யா பாயா ரோமன் பாயா டிஜே எல்லாருக்கும் ஈவினிங் லைவ்ல சந்திப்போம்யா ப்ரோ சீமை நூலட் ஈவினிங் வந்து பார்க்குறேன் ஈவினிங் வந்து பார்ப்போம் மாஸ் காட்டுவோம் சரியா இப்போ மோசக்காரா இப்போ இந்த அக்கௌண்ட்ல இருக்கியான்னு நீ Roulette 24332 அவனோட வெப்பன் இருந்தா பின்ன அப்படிதான் 300 கிரிட் டேமேஜ் 32 19 22 ப்ரோ வெறியா இருக்கு ப்ரோ ஆனா தடுக்க முடியாது நீ டெஃபினட்டா இவனுக்கு இதுக்கு போகலாம் கான்சலேஷன்ஸ் போகலாம் நல்ல பில்டு ஆமா அதான் ப்ரோ சரி நான் போயிட்டு வரேன் ப்ரோ பை எல்லாருக்கும் பை கேஸ்